All right. Good day to all of you out there. The plan for the day is to play a few rounds of Age of Empires and see whether we are able to improve our skills in the process. And if not, then hopefully we shall at least have some quality time. And if we fail at that, then we can only hope that the other activity that we could have done instead of playing the game would have been even worse. So welcome all and please enjoy. Ta-da! Just, few fine tunings and we should be more or less ready to go. Alright. So what have we? Perhaps the sound could be a bit higher. Well, excuse me for a while. Since we can hear the clicks so well, it would make sense to also have a shot of hearing the greatest background music there is. Well, we will adjust this as we go if need be. So the day has been long and it's a small miracle that we are able to play to begin with, but now that we are here, let's hope that it's all going to be worth it. Last time we had some tough matches, and it has only been 4 days or so, handful of days. So in an ideal case we are getting back to the rhythm ever so slowly. And with Arena, the nut we have not yet cracked, but perhaps the day will come. And perhaps the day is now, because even the last time we had a really we had at least one arena game that showed promise. At least. So Tatars against Aztecs. Oh noes. By which I mean that well, that's one way to win an arena. Too bad for Ichi. Perhaps there was a network a disconnection or some other weirdness. Okay, so this will go down to the history. Winning an arena need not be harder than this. And just like that. Oh no. Oh, let's see. Does this? Yes. This we have mapped some very clever keyboard mapping, so keys. So for example, and this should be very interesting to all of you, we have Alt and W that acts as an escape key. So I just tested that out so that we could actually utilize that later on. But in any case, now that I'm thinking, perhaps we have had an arena game that also had the similar problem in the past, so that someone just resigned or dropped as we got into the game. But there hasn't been too many of those, so if that wasn't the first, then we aren't. It must have been the second victory on arena in this fashion. And one of these days we are going to learn how to win in a proper fashion to step. I watched or glimpsed at Poop Lord's stream earlier today, and he was fine-tuning, not necessarily his, but at least a strategy that I've never witnessed anyone else to try. Then again, I don't watch the games too much, where there was this instant town center positioning right next to the opponents, so that the map was even more aggressive than it usually is. That involved blaming, so Turks against Mongols. Let's have a quick look at the map, because we're trying to be clever. And we want to install. This is going to be great. Yes. So everyone in here. So the idea, of course, is that good luck, have fun. But we could try to do something similar than we did the last time. So add some This is curious. So my select all town centers, that doesn't count town centers that are under construction, which is intriguing, but not necessarily may not mean too much. But okay. Alright, now it works. No boars there. We'll try to fix that one. But in any case, Poop Lord's tactic was really clever, I would like to say. Blaming the opponent's sheep and what have you. Even during the treaty. And it was a nasty thing to do. But felt quite effective. Not something that we are going to do in any case, but due to the lack of skill, no. But because we are very sportsmanship would we like to approach this? Because we are actually relying on gold units.
Yaparım avcı.
Emret yaparım.
Quite heavily on
Avcı.
Hazır. Yaparım.
some idle times and everything.
Efendim doğru.
Hazır yaparım. Seyiz.
Your mission is to try to help
Evet.
Cat.
Usta.
Evet. Doğru. Efendim.
Avcı.
Hazır. Yaparım. Tamam. Doğru. Seyiz. Avcı.
No worries anywhere. Okay, so we would get slightly better scout cavalry as we age, so that could be nice. Could we try to just fight their scouts? Perhaps it would be a fast castle. So the last time we played, we invested heavily in the towers because we had 2 stone mines that we
Evet.
very
Oduncu.
cleverly, I would like to say. Oh, mill clock,
Efendim siz.
Emrin.
perhaps,
Tamam. Yaparım.
or a barracks. So a mill it is.
Usta. Usta. Evet.
Emret. Madenci. Efendim
Gold miners.
madenci. Usta.
Just
Usta.
for the sake
Madenci.
of it. And then
Evet.
Usta. Hazır. Usta.
Hazır.
Efendim. Evet. Madenci. Emrin. Usta. Efendim. Emrin.
Evet.
Avcı. Hazır. Avcı.
and then we go up.
Emret.
Perhaps.
Usta. Usta. Siz.
So 2 mills. This is a very clever tactic we are using here. So what other shortcuts did we have? So nothing for the mill, perhaps. Okay,
Evet. Avcı.
and then up we go. So they are already scouting us. We forgot about scouting.
Hazır. Siz.
And we also may have other problems.
Avcı. Doğru. Avcı.
Oh, I could have used this deer patch here. Or pushed those a bit. So they must be
Efendim.
utilizing
Hazır. Avcı.
the hunt.
Emrin. Evet. Yaparım.
'Cause that's
Avcı.
what Mongols do.
Emrin. Avcı.
And then they also have
Hazır.
these,
Hazır.
Efendim.
this
Evet.
great number of
Evet. Efendim.
Oduncu. Hazır. Evet.
mm, scouts eventually. At least that's what I'm expecting. So there's their horsey.
Efendim. Tamam.
So we could try to
Usta.
add
Usta. Usta. Usta. Avcı. Emrin. Avcı.
a
Hazır.
fair share
Evet.
of mm,
Avcı.
a fair share of spearmen.
Hazır.
I don't know if it's the tiredness or the flu or what.
Evet.
That's
Doğru. Avcı.
making me feel really slow, but
Efendim.
could
Efendim.
be just the company. So we will create a few spearmen. Yes. That's what people do at this level. And then we will try to buy ourselves
Emrin. Avcı.
or our base
Madenci. Efendim. Avcı.
up eventually.
Evet.
Emret.
Hazır.
Efendim.
Few extra lumberjacks.
Evet.
Makes sense. And there now 2.
Emrin. Oduncu hazır.
Usta.
Efendim?
That's how we roll. So where are they?
Evet. Hazır.
Emri.
So we need more wood in order to be able to afford the market. Ah, okay. So there's a house full. All the military buildings. They're on that side. Farms already. Is there a build for that, or is there a reason for that? Reasoning? That's odd. And then they're still probably hunting somewhere.
Emrin. Usta. Avcı.
It's odd.
Hazır.
So we need
Emrin.
a
Hazır.
market.
Usta. Madenci.
Yes, and a blacksmith. Yes.
Usta. Madenci.
Evet. Yaparım.
Do they already have scouts of their own? Look like that. They're walling. So this is a fast casualties thing. Then,
Hazır ol.
okay, so they have spearmen of their own there.
Hazır ol.
Okay.
Tamam. Emret. Evet.
First
Allah
scout,
Allah,
perhaps.
Yaparım. Saldır. Tamam. Yaparım. Hazır ol. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. Tamam. İleri. Emret. Yaparım. Tamam. Hazır ol.
Alright.
Yaparım. Evet. İleri. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım.
And now they're
Hazır. Yaparım.
Evet.
harassing our units like there's no tomorrow. Run, my dear friends.
Evet.
Tamam. Madenci. Evet.
We're
Hazır.
going to lose 2 or how many?
Hazır ol. Tamam. Yaparım.
Evet.
Yaparım. Efendim.
2,
Emri.
3, even more units.
Hazır. Yaparım. Emri.
Tamam. Saldır.
Efendiyiz.
Emret. Yaparım. Allah Allah.
Hazır. Emrin.
Doğru. Tamam.
Evet. Saldır.
Well, it doesn't matter too much because they also lost
Efendim?
few units and we are back at it. Of course, now we are also going to need
Evet. Avcı.
Emret.
Avcı.
additional. What's going on here?
Hazır ol.
Well, this is very important. It's just going to buy ourselves the next age.
Emret. Tamam. Yaparım. Hazır ol. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. İleri. Emret. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Allah Allah.
Efendim.
Hazır ol. Yaparım.
Emrin. Tamam. Avcı.
Emri. Doğru. Tamam. Yaparım.
Emret. Yaparım. Tamam.
Hazır. Evet. Oduncu. Tamam.
Hazır ol. Yaparım. İleri.
Evet.
Yaparım.
Yaparım. Oduncu.
Any day now.
Evet.
Efendim?
Hazır ol.
Emrin. Doğru. Tamam.
Emriyiz.
Evet. Yaparım. Doğru. Evet. Yaparım.
Doğru.
Tamam.
Evet.
Evet. Evet. Allah Allah. Saldır.
Hazır.
Doğru. Efendim. Hazır.
Saldır. Allah Allah.
Evet. Emri.
Evet. Doğru. Usta.
Efendim. Usta.
Efendim? Avcıyız.
Well, this is going to be just great.
Emret. Evet. Hazır ol. Tamam.
Okay.
Yaparım.
So their scout micro was, of course, top notch.
Evet. Tamam. Yaparım.
But what happened after that?
Saldır.
We have lost quite a few units, of course, but
Emrin.
still housed, so
Usta. Madenci.
nothing much to worry about.
Evet.
So what we will try to do then is to should we castle drop them. That would be the aggressive play.
Hazır.
Emri.
This is how it's done. It's just if you ever
Evet.
need
Oduncu.
lumberjacks to do anything, now you know.
Usta. Usta.
How to
usta,
arrange it.
Usta. Usta.
And there.
Usta.
We should
Efendim.
have just enough time.
Hazır. Seyis.
And once that's done, you will move here.
Oduncu.
Questions, very
Allah
good.
Allah.
Emrin.
Hazır ol.
And your mission is to card
İleri.
those.
Evet.
You can card. You can card these.
Evet. Allah Allah. İleri.
And then we can add some
Hazır
extra.
madenci.
Evet.
So a defensive or an
Hazır
aggressive.
ol. Tamam yaparım.
There's a
Evet.
knight. Alright. So is it time to
Evet.
build
Efendim.
castle somewhere like... Oh,
Hazır.
we need
Madenci.
more
Madenci.
people on stone? Who would have thought?
Efendim.
Emrin.
Evet.
Alright, so extra speed, some armor would be nice. We also need so many things. So many things. There's an armor to support the spearman.
Hazır
Oh
ol.
no. Okay, let's forget about
Emret,
that.
yaparım. Saldır. Evet. Saldır. Emret. Allah Allah.
And then
Efendim.
run to the
Tamam.
safety of our homes
Hazır.
Madenci.
Emri
only we
efendim.
can. And I've learned that if there's a
Hazır.
Evet. Yaparım.
situation such as this,
Emrin.
then the only correct action is to drop a
Usta.
castle.
Tamam. Usta.
Evet.
Okay, so we have lost a few units here and there. Few residents,
Hazır. Çiftçi.
but that shouldn't matter too much because we are soon going to have our very own
Usta.
Evet.
Madenci.
castle, so long we don't lose these units here. And then we will surprise our opponent
Evet.
by being very clever.
Usta. Usta. Usta. Usta. Usta.
But let's see.
Emri.
Yaparım.
Our reaction might have been a bit slow, but no worries. And back to work would have been better, but
Çiftçi.
and now they're trying to find where we are, perhaps.
Efendim.
But that they shall never find. Alright, and then the only thing we need is a few janissaries,
Emrin.
just like this. Boom, boom, boom,
Usta.
boom.
Usta. Usta. Usta. Usta.
Hazır ol.
Hazır.
Hazır. Evet.
Boom, boom. Goodbye, goodbye.
Emret. Tamam tamam. Allah Allah. Yaparım. Saldır. Hazır ol. Evet. Hazır ol. Emret. Tamam.
Emri.
Evet. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Evet. Tamam. Evet. Yaparım. Evet.
Hazır.
Tamam. Doğru. Usta. Efendim. Evet. Yaparım. Oduncu.
Evet. Yaparım. Hazır ol. Yaparım.
Well, we have been idle for quite some time, but it's going to end
Efendim.
now.
Çiftçi.
Okay?
Emret. Tamam. Yaparım. İleri. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Saldır. Tamam. Yaparım.
So the timing was a bit bad. Stay here.
Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. İleri. Tamam. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yapamam. Evet. Yapamam. Saldır. Yaparım. Allah Allah. İleri. Tamam. Tamam.
Evet. Hazır. Doğru. Emrin.
Yaparım.
Efendim.
something that needs
Hazır.
our attention? No. But we could use
Usta. Usta.
a university. So it might be that we have lost the game, but let's see. Of course, we are going to have to trust our process first and foremost,
Evet.
because we still have score. Or we, oh,
Emrin. Tamam.
very bad
Evet.
grouping there.
Evet.
Emre yaparım.
So here they are. Ballistics murder holes. 200.
Hazır. Doğru.
Efendim.
Emri ama.
Hazır.
Evet.
Hello?
Emrin.
Yaparım. Doğru. Yaparım. Yaparım.
Can't quite get there.
Evet.
Evet.
Emri. Evet.
Hazır ol. Yaparım. Evet yaparım. Yaparım. Saldır. Allah Allah.
Evet.
Çiftçi.
Alright.
Çiftçi.
Madenci.
Ballistics would be nice, extra range would be nice.
Hazır ol.
We will
Tamam,
have
evet.
time to go for that later on. Ah! So, why did they resign? I think they had a very good ego, but perhaps they didn't know how to play against this type of very clever approach. And we got really lucky that the towns and that they expanded to, we were able to drop our castle right next to it. But I think that after watching the game, they will rethink their resign. Oh, what? Okay. Well, this is going to be an interesting one to watch on. Oh, sorry. On the capture age, cause I think we got momentum, so good for us. But they had a solid villager lead, but perhaps it was just approach that was not to their liking. At least that's something that happens every now and then. So even at this level, I'll verify the audio balance. Well, sounds about doable, or walkable, or soundable, or audible. I'm just trying to say something and see how well are we audible on top of that. So far, yes. Okay. So they stole sheep. That's not very good. Perhaps they've read how Poop Lord does these things. And scouting with sheep might not have been the best approach. Note to self. I understood that they are, at least I got the feeling that they are a proper player. Well, you can't be 1k player without being the proper one, but our approach was a bit messy, as you can tell. The idle TC time, worker efficiency is great, but it took us quite some time to get down there up and running and all those things. boar lures everything. Alright, so what happens? They are scouting and they are doing a really good job at it. I'd like to add. Now the problem they had was the reason that they wanted to. Well, first they wanted to eat our deer, so it would make sense to. Interesting though, why come here instead of going down there, for example. But perhaps it's because therefore they can hinder our ability to utilize the deer meat. And now they have found the wood line. Now, in retrospect, since I'm expecting scouts, it would make being Mongols as our opponent, and this being a very aggressive map to begin with. Let's see, so idle TC time is more or less similar, worker efficiency for the last minute, yes. Resources collected, we are way behind, or what would it be, 7% behind, but still. Could be because of the hunt and the general awkwardness. But I think their position is better. And we could have also build our town center here so that we would still have access to stone and gold if we wanted to. But we would be that much closer to the wood line now that we didn't build it here, for example. But alright, so they are adding the walls. I don't know if that's something that you really want to do. And then comes the scouts, and I'm going to lose quite a few villagers. Being slow to react, and then perhaps fighting would have been. Like I could have saved an extra villager if I had fought with one. But oh, alright, only lost 3. And then this engagement was way better. I think now they are focusing on somewhere else. Lost the scouts. And they are still 5 villagers ahead. So the game is looking really grim. I was really lucky that their town center was there, the second one. And then they're like, this is to me like, feels like over microing to a bit, like, especially since they are not committing. They got the 4 kills, they could have gotten more, and then they lose the scouts. After running them around in a neat fashion, they die just like the stand ground spearmen. My army control wasn't the greatest, but we have few units here. We have killed 10 units. What's the... So resources collected is... we are ahead of them, which shouldn't be the case. But it's probably due to the fact that they started farming this early. So they wanted to support the scouts play. And there's this blacksmith. And they only now are investing to the double bit axe. So is this a tight build? Sort of. And then fast skirmishes. I don't think they actually needed skirmishes at all, because the knights could have very easily killed those spearmen. So the army numbers are slightly advantages to them at the moment, and now here's the nice micro. I could have also added second thousand right away, but this would have been a nice spot for that. and they were probably expecting that since they saw that we had villagers. But this engagement wasn't the greatest, so I'm losing villagers. But luckily, I'm lucky that I don't know if they checked the stone mine and saw that. Ooh, suddenly I lost 10 extra villagers. So this engagement was, in retrospect, it was really good because. So all in total, we lost quite a few. So this could have been a game here, and perhaps it should have been a game here. So we are now slightly behind in resources, and it's only because we managed to build this castle here that we got a chance to get back to the game. Because now they are only starting with the stones, and we are going to lose so many villagers by reacting slowly to this. So, but now it's 1907, so they also had their like hardship once the castle popped up, and then since they hadn't scouted everything, this could have given them this false sense that we had more of a town there, for example. Because now 17 to 3 already. So we were lucky that the stone mine was there and they were mining stone, and that they didn't notice the attacks right away. But still, of course, at 17-0 we should have lost or perhaps tapped out from the game at this stage. But luckily we had this nice idea of trying to castle push ourselves back to the game, trusting that gunpowder units would be enough to make the swing to our advantage. Despite the fact that we are quite low on eco, and this is a very class canoids attack. We lost the mangonel for very little benefit. Luckily fletching was enough to get the town center to our reach, and now we're trying to fast to do our best to quickly upgrade murder holes, failing with that. But now things are very, very grim to a sense, but they've already lost 13 villagers in any case, and they're thinking that the damage is done or whatnot. Here we are able to save a few villagers, which is always nice, and that only 1,000 also does some damage because we have fletching. Alright, but this, I can understand why this situation might feel more dire than it actually is. So I don't blame them for resigning, because this could have been a bit frustrating. They're probably fighting the knights. Very good. This would have probably been a quite frustrating game to try to wrap your head around, because they didn't need too much. They also had access to stone they could have utilized. They had the army lead if only they utilized. Oh, but they only have 4 knights left. Alright, because the engagement here. Right. So if they didn't throw their army, but had patience to play this game out, then perhaps if they just boomed at its 3rd town center here, for example, and or a castle, I I shouldn't have a way to get back to this game. But I'm glad that the push worked because it was a really neat idea. Nice idea as well. And luckily our kill death ratio was positive because of the army losses he took. We were forced to use the market a bit, but I'm happy about the fact that we got to Castle Age in such a under 22 minutes. Great. And the fact that we also kept on increasing the villagers or trying to produce more villagers was probably goodish. And they were quite fast as well. Like, as you could tell from the scouts play, it felt like they were in like cruising with those. But alright, I can understand that if we were able to keep on producing the Janissaries and micro them very well, then it would have been hard for them to try to keep their army alive. So they had resources so they could have come back from this, but not being able to stop our production, preventing the castle would have been a game over, and also hindering our economy just enough so that we couldn't have had handful of Janissaries. That would have also been, well, a good reason for us to resign for good too. But after years and years of wait, we are back to 1k. Thanks to chance a bit too. And onwards. But yes, this has been a really neat return because I second quest whether it would make sense to try to play when there's this threat of Lu and also tiredness of the long day, but so far this has been fun, despite the fact that our opponent didn't give us a GG, so perhaps they were frustrated, but let's hope that was just an omission and nothing serious. And then we get to play some arena. And now that we have a victory under our belt, it shouldn't be too difficult. Just focus on the basics and try to outboom our opponent, especially if we are given a chance, unless we are against the Portuguese. It would be nice to try to come back after initial combats perhaps, and try to outproduce our opponent. Not something that Italians, and we get to play Aztecs. Okay.
But nay,
Which is of course a very nice thing. So Aztecs, at least in the past, is a really like it's a real civilization. So I don't know if it's Thank you, Brick. So while I don't know if that's civilization, you might necessarily want to choose if you are given a chance to choose. But
But nay.
their monks plays
J.
famous, and the last time I played Arena longer than 5 seconds, it was Persians against Aztecs, if I'm not mistaken, and there I was beaten by the clever Aztecs, also partially because I didn't utilize the Persian strengths. I could have used the trash bows that only cost wood, that I was floating, or at least I knew how to produce more of that. And I could have chosen different composition besides the... What do I want? Let's find whether... Oops. So a different composition besides... That was a bit shameful. Scorpions and war elephants that we got from the castle. They were very quickly converted by the nasty nasty Aztec monks, despite devotion. So, oh, and there's 2 extra piggies. Run. Some wood would be nice. We still have time for this. Okay.
But nay.
Our fast castle is not going to be too fast this time. Well, Italians have condottieri and what else? We are, at least to my liking, a bit gold heavy. Right.
But nay.
Perhaps a house would be in order.
But nay.
Oh no. Run! We made a mistake. And now we are going to have to pay for that. Oh, well. So we shouldn't have gone out, but there was no helping for that. But let's see if they want to follow us in. Run! They do. That's a curious thing. Goodbye, hello. So we are missing the second building. So perhaps few units like this could help with that.
But nay.
And then we can heal. Yes, it's very clever. So 2 extra units and then up we go. Alright, the boar. Da da da da. We don't actually have too great of a plan for the day as of yet, but we'll figure out something. It's a really nice place for a townsend, so let's utilize that instead. Alright. So what have we? Nothing over there. And back you go. Italians. So they have stolen their code there. Perhaps we could try to be
But
really.
nay.
Ooh, but this also means that unless they are watching really carefully, their scout should be in, right? Let's see.
Banten one.
And if that is the case, then we should be able to sneak out quite convincingly. Alright,
Ikko.
goodbye. So now it's just going to have to be
Aksak.
careful that we do not.
Komantse.
Oops.
Aksak.
So there are very few builds that recommend this sort of approach.
But nay. Ikko.
Little did he know that we would already have a loom,
But nay.
Banten one.
but we do.
Aks.
Jay.
Yes, we are the greatest.
Ok.
And then we will want to have few extra villagers, why not? And a barracks, and then we carry on. Oh yes. Beauty of the game. So we would like to have more people
But nay.
bringing
Jay.
bringing in
Okay.
food probably.
Ok. But nay.
So,
Aksak.
and there's that. And there's one and there's
Aksak.
second one.
Banten.
Market would be nice.
Aksak. Aksak.
I don't know if they're keeping count
Komantse.
that we are still missing the second building. So our build is a bit
Okay. Ok.
suboptimal, but
Aksak. Komantse.
let's see.
Okay.
Aksak.
Ok.
Where is the scout? Can't see it.
Banten. Banten one. Aksak.
Aksak.
Komantse. Ok.
It's over there, alright.
Banten one. Ok. Jebio.
Ok.
Or else we could try to get rid of them now. Da-da-da-da-da. No upgrades that are visible. Oh no.
Okay. Aksi.
Jay.
Sakonan. Ikko.
Few extra villagers.
Komantse.
And our mission is to get us some stone.
Ok. Ask. Ikko. Asko.
Alright. So one hit and it's done. Goodbye. But now the problem of course is that their conquistadors will be around. No, they're Italians, so we have no worries. Besides the fact that there might be some clever positioned.
But nay.
Should we upgrade that? I think we should just try to get to the next age,
Komantse.
presumably as fast as possible. Now that we are a bit late already.
Okay.
Ask.
Banten. Aksak.
Oh, the second building, right?
Okay.
Oopsie.
Sakuna.
Well, it was still worth it to buy all the extra ingredients.
Aksak.
There's no denying of that.
Komantse. Bantne.
So our plan now is to hope that they don't notice that we are out here, which we can't really be too certain about. And then we will get stone without
Zack.
them noticing that. And we will be able to castle drop them without them noticing that. But that's quite few.
Comanze.
Without them noticing that we might be asking for too much.
Onani.
Let's see. At least they didn't see us collecting or mining stone before the scout went down, so is there a chance that they are collecting relics? Perhaps. It's time to try to see if that is the case. So castle age approaching, very good. A few extra stone or wood colors would be nice, because we're going to want to build so many things. Few archers could help us a bit.
Zack. Onani.
But the relic is still not collected. Why? Is there something we could tell from what we've seen so far? Okay, so perfect place for a town center. And then what? Well, luckily we just got the age upgrade. What do we do?
Zack. Het Zack. Onani.
This would be nice, but it's going to take a while.
Onani.
This we will position like this,
Zack.
of course. Now they must be expecting a castle drop. Of course they must be expecting that.
Zack. Onani. Zack.
Oh no.
Comanze. Bantelwon.
And
Ork.
But nay, Bantelwall. Outside.
we will take
Ork. Bantelwon. Zack.
different routes if possible. Fuse gold miners, yes. Ooh, extra. You winning? Of course you are.
But nay, Bantelwall.
Right.
Bantelwall.
But then we will cancel this.
But nay,
And they think that we will. Alright. We will show the archers. Oh, we already showed the archers. And then it's going to be the greatest game there is. The game of
but nay,
Age of Empires. Just like that we got. I really need castle placement, but we need more stone in order to proceed. We probably need much more. Very many other things too, but let's see. So what would it cost for us to get another?
But nay, outside.
Verify that we are not missing anything. Quite often the case is that we are.
Okay.
Imperial Age Castle. Is that a problem? Not necessarily. Nice walls there. Should we aim to get to Imperial Age 2? Usually the common sense would be yes. Oh no. Dun, dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's go there. There's probably a new set of house walls coming there.
Outside.
And how do we get there? Is the
Comanze. Achza.
second question.
Achza.
Because we don't have the food. For example. And they are soon going to destroy our very nice walls. But perhaps we could try to keep them locked in for a little extra while. Is there something going on here? So monks they have and we will want a few extra units since that is the case.
Achza.
Then
Check. But nay.
oh no. We have more units that we can afford. And we can afford. But they are still cornered, more or less, it seems.
Check. Outside. Outside.
There's two trebuchets. So now, we think of getting to the next age
But nay.
soonish. Because we're going to lose our position, or our positions quite soon. Right? And they're coming to the next castle. And we should be able to build new ones and fall back a bit. 'Cause they have been a bit slow, I would say. Proceed. Extra support for the skirmishers. Do we have enough time to invent that? Perhaps. Let's
But
get a
nay.
huge amount of, a huge number of
Jay?
of these eagles, as we are always supposed to. And then
Jay?
run. And we also had an access to relics. Should we try to get those? Or should we try to build?
Og.
Well, perhaps it's better to fight than to fall back, so let's try that instead. We might have lost a few villagers, but we will be getting new ones. Now we also have a chance to get this group of gold.
Jay?
So let's build monastery here. Yes. Things are still looking somewhat up. 500 gold.
But
Okay.
nay. Jay? But nay. Outside.
500 gold. Okay. We can do this. Yes, that would have been nice to have earlier too. Those are nice upgrades. Now they're trying to get back to position. Hold back, please. And we still have a chance to get
Outside.
That's our last castle, right? Oops. Well, we were a bit surprised by their maneuverings. Oh no, if only we had army back home. We could try to get rid of those, but might be that we are too late. Alright, let's try to see if we can smack those. Just like that. Then we could use some extra shields. Hello. It was a misplay, but I don't know if it affects anyone too much. Let's get that. This and that. We have all three of these already. So it's a good start. Soon we will have enough for a new. What happens to these cannons? Oh. Well, this is a nice game in any case. But it might be that we have lost our initiative.
Jay? Outside. Outside. Chocolate.
Despite the great start that we had, one might say.
But nay.
Oh,
And then we go. And then let's try if these can help there a bit
Pico.
or at all.
Jay?
Achtzak.
And there you go.
But nay.
Achtzak.
And what's going on here then?
Okay.
Jay?
Vandenberg.
Do they have murder holes? They seem to have, yes.
Comanzi.
Oh, the monk. The poor monk. So we had this really nice army, but we also lost quite a few units. They seem to be getting extra. And that doesn't bother us too much, but of course
But nay.
they are very effectively destroying our chances of getting much done. No, I don't know. Well, since we still have production buildings and this is a nice game to, nice time to be alive. They can't micro everything. Would be fun, but it's probably time to
But nay.
resign already soon.
Outside.
Well played, Weisbrick. Well, GG. Ooh. Okay, so it was forest, but still. I think we had a really good, because we were fast in. That's the deadly strat. Well executed. So I think if I didn't let them walk in like we did, was not my plan. But I see your uptime. Ooh. I always go fast for their relics. So they had way more villagers in the end. So they knew how to boom. One of these days I shall try that too. Well adapted. Well adapted. So Zbrik. So after a short break we will watch or see through the game to analyze whether we had a chance in the game. Be right back. Thank you. And just like that, we are back. Okay, so let's spend some quality time, fast forwarding as fast as possible to see if we had a chance in the game, because Arena is a very difficult map. It has been a very difficult map for us in the past, and now I think we had edge over certain times because or we were able to throw streak off a bit, perhaps thanks to the fact that the scout was trapped and we were able to sneak a villager out and then additional ones later on. So our macro, as you can tell, is not too good. We shouldn't have any idle times any time. Obviously, here we are already out, and they should realize that we are lacking the second building. But luckily we were able to kill the scout before it was too obvious, perhaps. Don't know. But pairs, so market unstable, and then Hera style houses on the walls, and then the additional scout gets killed. This is very clever castle, but we should build it one tile further back if we don't want to show it right away. And there's this instant defensive castle, and we should have, instead of adding mangonel, we should have had the siege tower and top people earlier. But like at this stage, for example, we have managed to kill one of their villagers. Of course they converted it from us first, and we are only 3 villagers behind. So they are only on 2000 as are we. So but they are of course they already made it to the Imperial Age, and their eco is working. They don't have too great of an army, but they will be able to push us back quite easily now. Perhaps it would have made more sense to have, because now they are able to destroy the castle from the premise or the security of their base. And if we had the second castle and fallback castle here, a bit more further back, that might have been useful. We are very greatly behind in resources collected, and I don't think we should have much to say in the game. We should have had few extra battering rams. We were garrisoning them and not functioning really well. But in a sense, this of course gave us a bit of few seconds of extra nice body block there, because they were a bit hesitant to move out, it felt to me. Oh, the ram almost made it, but then I forgot to order it to do the important tasks. Woe is me. But now, so we are here and there, we are creating more villagers, but like we should be doing a bit more work on that front to be really effective. Then there's the Eagles Ridge. If we had the eagles that could run into their base right now, it would be really nice. So it, I think more focus on economy would be nice, and it wasn't too bad. Especially since once the game progresses, our raids were really good. like we didn't manage the units very well, and they have huge amount of farms, so 30 already. Whereas our farms, farm count is a bit puny, and we were idling our citizens quite a bit as well, so we had no reason to be allowed to stay in the game. Here we are destroying the cannons. It's very expensive loss, but they are floating like this. It's just freestyling at this stage, adding more villagers, building farms, and killing our units left and right. Only lost the single villager that we had in the beginning. Now I think now that we managed to destroy some of their army here and they are floating quite much, we had a few nice raids. Like this is all of a sudden they lost 17 villagers, so this is really nice. So these gave us a chance to get back in the game, but I don't think they should have been worried. Oh, but they were like they didn't have access to gold anymore, right? Just like that, they could have easily gotten that, and they had like plenty of resources. But perhaps I misread it a bit. In a sense that of course we were under threat here, and we didn't protect ourselves or our eco to the slightest. But the amount of eagles that we had was sufficient to keep their eco idle. So if we had just carried on and forced them to... Okay, well that explains why we got somewhat back into the game. Or that they weren't, like, they were probably focused on trying to minimize the losses. But if we were able to keep better care of our units, then that would have been a really good run. Huh, okay. Well, that wasn't nearly as bad as I expected. So that's good. So thanks for the lesson. So even though we've stumbled here and there, hold on, can we still check the statistics? For once we had a military number of over 30. But yes, we were very thin, and we should have gotten more relics, like we should have gotten all the relics, since we got the early initiative. So that's good. And perhaps the chance that we got was due to the comparable slowness, so we could have tried to utilize that to keep them sort of busy, but I don't know if that would have made a fun game. Of course it would have if we had won, but it's nice to notice that the arena, I don't know if that was due to the fact that they weren't able to play their like ideal game necessarily, or what, or have we improved with our tactics? Not necessarily, but it was nice to see a game that went that long, perhaps due to the fact that I didn't resign early enough, or as early as I could have. But alright, Arabia, that's at least Spanish against the Inasa. That's at least nice
Mande.
Presto.
Presta. Buscar.
Pickle King. I don't think I've seen Pickle King before. Alright. And since we are Spanish, not necessarily the greatest civilization there is, and against Incas, so do we expect them to start with early aggression? Would it be a reasonable thing to expect? At least it wouldn't be unreasonable, probably. So there's one elephant there, and how is the map after
Sí.
that?
Degrado.
Really,
Mande.
really.
Buscar. Presta.
Buscar.
Okay. Well,
Servidor.
someone had to do something, so it's very good. So what do we do?
Voy.
Spanish archers aren't too good. We've learned that,
Voy.
but
Cazar.
we could still
Degrado. Voy.
try to
Cazar. Voy. Degrado.
play with those a bit.
Buscar. Servidora. Construir.
Presumably, possibly. Alright, so
Sí.
well, things happen. Like sometimes you're trying to save someone and it just
Buscar.
doesn't work quite as you expected, and that's alright. No shame in that.
Cazar. Sí. Talar. Mande. Servidora. Presta.
So early days of the game.
Sí. Voy. Degrado. Cazar.
Yes, a perfect lure.
Servidora.
Now we've done it. Few extra villagers and we try to be fast. And we've lost quite a few units, so they will be pushing their DS. So it's Luma clock, of course. Good idea. And then you rebuild that.
Presta. Mande.
So could we try something like, oh no,
Construir. Construir.
we
Construir.
are late.
Talar.
We need more wood, but where do we get that? Ah, there.
Servidora. Cazar.
Thank you.
Buscar.
I forgot about
Sí.
that.
Buscar. Buscar.
So would 17 be doable, or are we lacking wood?
Servidora. Degradar. Talar.
We probably can't make that happen. And if we idle,
Buscar.
Presta.
that's 100.
Mande. Servidora.
Here we would have 170.
Presto. Buscar. Buscar. Sí.
Why?
Preste.
Why?
Grabar.
Okay, one more time.
Mande.
Thank you.
Cazar.
Servidor.
Are we there yet?
Mande.
Are we
Cazar.
there yet? Yes. Okay. Ah! Well, that explains the shortage of wood.
Buscar.
But not anymore. Are we facing that? Okay, so this is what happens when you play a bit tired, perhaps. So let's see where they are. So
Presta.
archers it
Talar.
is,
Mande.
of course. And
Construir. Construir. Excavar.
that's why we are going to have to spend
Sí.
Talar. Buscar.
quite some time preparing for the perfect build.
Presta. Servidora. Mande.
We could need a few extra villagers on wood now that I think of that, but well, there's time and place for everything. And are they already Are they already threatening us? Based on the score, they are scouting, but where and how? And it would be nice to see if they are adjusting their playstyle now that we managed to be this fast.
Monday, salad,
But it could very well be that that's not the case. Just, well, they weren't too slow themselves. Run! So there's walls, alright. Long distance cutting view on the cold. Alright, for the barracks. Walls. So that's fast castle if I ever saw one, alright? And our reaction to that is, of course, the barracks and the house, and move. They have their lumber, so are they running out of trying to produce farm equipment? The walls are nice, so that's good. And then seems that their base is quite limited when it comes to resources, but oh, sorry. I should have made better work from this. I thought I did, but I failed.
Servidor.
Alright, so then
construir,
archer range,
Construir.
house,
Sí.
presta, salad,
Servidor.
and then what? They didn't have anyone on stone earlier, but do they have someone there now? Let's have a look if we have a chance to do so.
Construir. Construir. Construir. Construir. Construir. Construir.
servidora, agora. Monday, sí,
Agora. Plasme. Degrado. Agora. Talar. Construir.
Not yet, no. There's a blacksmith, there's a market. Alright. There's a house. And then
Presto.
extra house. Very good idea.
Talar. Presto.
construir, construir,
Sí.
construir, construir. Presta,
So they are going to hit the castle edge soon. And what happens after that?
Presto.
presta, construir, degrado,
Well, it was close.
servidora,
Lelele.
construir, talar,
Servidor. Construir. Excavar.
sí,
Mandé.
mande, construir, construir, sí, servidora, mande, agora, talar,
And there you go.
presta,
Well, we don't have a very clever tactic, of course, so
sí,
we're trying to play it.
voy, excavar, mande,
We're trying to postpone our
Presto. Agora. Agora.
feudal age, even if it's a bit risky, and we haven't yet seen what they have to offer.
Degrado.
Just hoping that they are not going to
Degrado. Voy. Presto. Degrado. Agora.
drop a castle on us or something. I haven't seen their scout, so why would that be the case? And just like that, they run away. So what are they hatching or cooking or? Then we will need a market,
Construir. Excavar. Prest. Construir. Excavar.
and then we will buy our way ourselves to the next glorious age. As soon as possible. So one archery will be leaving there. Tower, alright. Huh, well that's curious. But they also have... Ooh, so are they taking stone here then? Let's see. And then... we would like to have a few extra farmers.
Construir.
There you go. And a few extra units. So an additional tower coming up next. Stay there. Run. And then that's the castle edge. But luckily it took them a while to... so it's eagles. Oh, that probably made some sense. Oh. For fletching or pony. Oh no,
Mande.
just attack these. Oh, we had a chance.
Talar. Sí. Mande. Prest. Talar.
Okay, so we may have lost a villager, but we too shall be on the castle edge soon. And what do we do then? It's Ingas against our very clever Spanish play, and we are not aiming to use the archers probably too much. So
Cultivar.
Servidor. Sí, agora. Presto.
someone
Servidora.
shoot that. Okay,
Cultivar.
thanks.
Cultivar.
Mande. Cultivar. Servidor.
So what do we do? Oof, yes,
Sí.
cavalry archer play, the greatest there is.
Servidora. Prest. Construir. Talar.
We are great at the game. Don't let anyone say
Construir. Cultivar.
or claim otherwise. Oh no.
Prest. Servidora.
And now cavalry archers.
Mande. Prest. Sí. Degrado.
Why are you shooting? Okay. Good sword. So we would like to get few upgrades.
Servidora.
Like that. scout the premises a bit.
Mande.
And the knights will be the logical go-to unit soon afterwards.
Servidora. Sí. Mande. Servidora. Presto. Construir.
Sí, guerra. De grado. Santiago. De grado.
Run. And back to work.
Sí.
Back to
Excavar.
work.
Mande. Talar.
Work as well. Few more horses.
Sí. Mande.
And then
Servidora.
how dare they?
Construir.
Presto. Construir.
Attacking our valuable mill. The nerves of these people.
Servidora.
Can we
Acol.
run? Very
De
good.
grado. Mande. Agora. Plástico.
Okay, so run, you two. Do we have ballistics already? Not quite. And people a bit more of that.
Sí.
Then we could probably. Where is it? There.
Mande.
We could probably add
Construir,
town
construir,
over
excavar.
there. Run.
Presto. De grado.
And onwards we go.
Presto.
Oh, you.
Cultivar.
Sorry.
Servidora.
Houses.
Construir. Construir.
Now we do it like the professionals do it. Right. And what have we here? No. Wonder, do they have anything besides these? Let's see. So we may want to have a few.
Construir. Construir. Presto.
Mm,
Servidora.
so how do we want to stop them from approaching? We don't want them to get a castle there. So let's start with that, and then we will add an additional one shortly afterwards. We are shooting the wrong things. So they probably have quite a few units there. They should have by units and villagers. So we will add a few conquistadors, of course. Good control. Hello? So they have a nice looking score lead, but is that a problem? Not necessarily, no.
Sí.
And then
Servidora.
close to getting a second castle. Soonish, but not quite. Okay. Imperial Age, that's really sad, of course, but is that a problem?
Construir. Mande.
Construir.
Sí. Presta. Agora. Construir. Plasma. Construir.
So we still have some units alive. So that's
Mande.
good.
Sí.
Yo. Bye. What's going on here?
Sí. Agora.
Oopsie. Well, that was a bit of
Plasma.
a
Servidora.
throw to that point.
Servidor agora. Sí, de grado agora. Manda de grado.
Sí.
De grado agora.
But luckily we will have more villages soon.
Mande.
As soon as we invest to a few farms.
Servidora. Construir. Construir.
Guerra a ellos. De grado. Presto. Sí, Santiago. Presto. Guerra. Santiago.
So now
Construir. Construir.
Construir, construir, construir, cultivar. Servidora.
we really would like to have more reach than we currently have. So knights would be nice, but we don't seem to have enough. Oh, we lost the rams. Oopsie. So the only thing we need is a huge amount of farms, for example.
Mande.
So that we could have a huge amount of. Let's buy ourselves some food. So a few scorpions. Sure. No, nothing's going on here.
Servidor.
De grado. Construir.
Hold on.
Construir.
Right.
Sí.
And then you guys can carry on with that. Oh, what a great battle. Battle of wits. More castles. And all of a sudden things are looking really dire. Well played. We weren't really up to the task here. Because our opponent knew what to do. Oh, we never did the second castle. Even though that was our initial idea. So we were able to idle that, so that's very good, but we should have dropped a second castle here. So that was that. And it took us a while to get to understand Pikolkin was way ahead of us on every front. Every front. Ever after the getting to the Imperial Age. Oh, Brito AoE saying GG. Thanks for that. GG indeed. Well, now I'm typing that, even though that's not perhaps necessary. Welcome. Although I was about to comment that don't know exactly when you typed that, but I presume that since we only just quit the last game, it can't be more than a few minutes old comment. Let's hope you stick by for a while. And Brido, I joined halfway through, it looked tough, or rough, sorry. Yep, it's quite correct take, I would say. I think that especially I think that there's now, first of all, there's always a way to win a game, as there's always a way to throw a game. But I got the impression that my opponent had a plan, whereas our plan was to have fun with Spanish archers, and we gave them a slight edge on that, or by doing that. Especially since we had scouted that they had only limited resources in their base, and they would eventually need to storm out of the security of the walls. So we knew that they were aiming to do a fast castle, or at least fastish castle, as they do at this level. Sometimes I even manage to pull that off, but the day is not the day. And we could have tried to let me get that different. So we could have tried to play against that. Instead, what we did was apply a fakeish pressure, but with very real upgrades. And some might say that at this stage already, like, we killed our elephant right next to the town center with the town center fire, while trying to save a poor villager that we did. So, and we also lost 2 sheep here, or we kept them there for quite some time, and so our eco was in a bit of shambles, and it didn't help that we tried to create these very powerful Spanish archers that everyone speaks of, but that explains the villager discrepancy as of yet already. And Brido, I'm similar elo, fast castle is hard to stop. Yeah, indeed. And nice to hear that. And it's also a very promising thing that I'm not the only one. But you are able to pull that off, the fast castle. So you're not, you're sometimes delivering that, aha, there you have it, type of way, instead of always being on the receiving end. Of course, we are not either. But the very cunning plan that we had in our minds at this stage was to try to get this lengthened feudal age aggression advantage, or get advantage doing that. And it sort of worked, I would argue, because they really secured their base based on that. We shouldn't have lost any units, but now they have a really nice base. 3 lumber camps, everything. We only have this single one. Everything's so compact, but we don't have too many villages, so that's no wonder in a sense. We didn't need much. So they have this defensive tower that's ill placed. I would have put it right next to the wood line, but perhaps they knew what they were doing. And then the second one as well. So we knew that they couldn't be adding town centers right away, despite the fact that they are already mining stone. So we were expecting a castle, them being Sicilians too. But the way this played in my head was that we would have few archers scattered around the map so that we would have a vision and some presence, and then we lost them like this, one by one also when they were upgrading fletching and all that. But then when the castle push finally came, it caught us off guard. So not only are we not really doing much with the archers and the hugely important fletching upgrade, we have had some rough times with our eco. We are only 4 villages behind. So great job there. So perhaps this and we are the ones who have lost 2 villagers and counting. But things weren't as rough as it felt, because this was a bit of inspired by chaos type of play. But let's see. Brido AoE, I like to drop a tower behind their forward wood. Yeah, that would have made sense. Like gameplay wise, that would have been a good call. And perhaps that's what they were expecting when they also retreated from this wood line. And did this not necessarily right away required tower of their own. But I'm not a huge fan of tower rushing, so that's why I'm not doing that. I think it could be effective, but it's not as fun to play as Spanish archers, so that might affect my decision making sometimes too. And Brido, when you see the full world, do you think it's better to go fast castle or double down and try to break in? Now that's a good question. Well, the professionals do both. I've seen guys like the Viper really making havoc by just doubling down. But in my case, I think that having archer range, few archers, and seeing my opponent building 2 towers, that would have been enough of a damage. So doubling down, well, it's a very good question. It might have made more sense than trying to do both, by which I mean adding some army and keeping some army presence, and then like we already have Borginaro, for example, and then Castle Age already. But I think that if we had at this stage, if we had scouts, for example, which would have been a logical thing to do, at least from the map presence point of view, and in order to because we are eventually probably going to want to add knights to counter the eagles, it would have made sense to have a few scouts, to have a stable and perhaps a few scouts, and then we could have witnessed this happening. And since they didn't have any army, and it seems like the game plan was to castle drop us, then if I were to revisit this game from minute 20 or so, it would have been nice to try to to, instead of following them to the castle age, play the feudal age a bit longer, just to see if we can keep them contained. And then with the army on the field, perhaps be it with damage or not, because these are still just palisade walls, so few cavalry units should be enough to break through. After that we could have tried to see if it would make sense to age up as well and perhaps castle drop them or something. But what's your take? Like, knowing what you know now? Because on the other hand, yes, when what very often happens in more professional games is that when they see that the opponent is their score drops, they rush to the castle age themselves too. And since we knew that they were collecting stone, this was just I neglected it because we had the units, 5 cavalry archers, so we could have not necessarily won the game, but at least get the momentum to ourselves just by patrolling with these units instead of trying to hide them. So that's one of the lessons I'm trying to utilize here as well, that I thought it was clever not showing our hand, but it did us very little good, because if we had these horse archers here giving the sort of pressure to the slightest bit at least, then they wouldn't have dared to escape, or this castle could have been denied, because they only had this one eagle there to guard the villagers. So that was a misplay, not utilizing the army on my side, I would think. And Brido, there is a guy I keep coming up against that plays Ingas and castle drops me. I see it coming and still can't beat it. And they go by name Pickle King by any chance? Well, that's odd, because I think that in general it should be doable to stop castle drop from happening. But then again, you mentioned in the get-go that the fast castle is very deadly strategy, and while I can see that, yes, because now, for example, we died to that, I'm still wondering that couldn't we have prevented this? For example, right after seeing the stone mining operation and the scale of that, we could have moved some villagers to get stone for a castle of our own, and then we could have had this castle against castle battle right about here. Now this defensive castle that I thought that would make sense to prevent them from approaching any further actually does very little to our benefit. It would have been better to have a like offensive castle here or here, just trying to break in and add a castle. Later on, when we are thinking about adding a castle, they already had the castle of their own position, just where we would have wanted that. So this was a very like throwaway castle in a sense. But I think that in general you should be able to counter the fast castle drops. But Brido, low he is Fuzz. Have I met Fuzz on the ladder as of yet? I don't think I have. At least I don't remember right away. I was trying to beat it with heaps of scouts, but he overmakes spears, then sends like 20 bills forward. I was thinking it's an all-in strat, and if he didn't get his castle down, he just resigns. Australian server. Alright, that... playing from Europe, it might make our encounter or encountering fish a little less likely. Unless I use VPN, of course. And brace for the ping. And hope that that throws his game off a bit. All this lag. Alright, but why does it then not work? So Brido, now there's a strat. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Shoot. Dun dun dun. And at this stage, we are behind on every front. If the castle were here earlier, they could have lost 10 or so villagers. Could have. And then we could have carried on with the push of sorts. At least they wouldn't have been able to have this, like, at least this castle towards our base. It would have been on this hill or over here or somewhere. So castle positions matter quite much. And Brido, now there's a strat. Make your ping so high he quits. Yes. So perhaps you need some sort of, like, to be able to utilize this very easily, some sort of slightly broken network cable or something that you can then start, well, playing with, just to get this very, very irritating on-off lagginess that you can't really get used to that. And then just playing it safe. Triple walls and wait for the frustration to seep in. Alright, let's see. Brido, he would drop the castle on your stone, then mine your stone and build another castle. Close to your TC. It's like a tower rush but with castles. And yes, when it comes to the lag question. Yeah, so one thing worth keeping in mind for me, note to myself. So if I have few stone mines, like here we had this theoretically secure backstone, and then we had this forward stone that's now mined, that they scouted that we had 1,000 a year. If I gave it a thought, it's a possibility that we might have realized that if they're going to castle drop us, they're going to choose an angle where they can utilize our stone mines. So perhaps that helps you too. What if you preemptively tower your stone or something like that? 20 villagers is enough to take a tower down, but it would have some cost attached to that. But then again, I'm not the greatest player or analyzer, but it would be nice to witness a game of yours where you are facing this ill-famed Fizz and doing your best and still having to surrender due to their very great castle play. It would be nice to see if there's a chance to, like, do some tweaks or alterations to your gameplay and then see if that's enough to prevent them from pulling their trick off. Because quite often it seems, at this level at least, people have few go-to strategies. And if they work, that's great. And when they don't, it's not necessarily game over, but the game can get quite chaotic. after that. That's why I'm still around 1k, even though now slightly under. So if there was a go-to way to stop the fast castle from being that effective, then perhaps you would be able to beat Fizz for good. But yeah, there were moments like 20 minutes before the end of the game actually occurred where we could have played differently and we might have had a chance, like before they got this castle, because one of the things I only now realized was because they had the stone at their base and they were utilizing ours, but thanks to the cavalry archers they couldn't touch these. So one of the ways I could have thought about the game and like the ways for us to get a chance to survive for quite a bit longer and prevent them from adding additional castles would have been to seek out the stone mines that they are utilizing, and that would have also been a good reason to try to castle drop perhaps this hill, just to prevent them from utilizing that stone, and then scouting, if we didn't before, the second stone or the neutral stone, because they had a back stone here as well. Did we know about that? And do I know how to use this? Somewhat. Just out of reach. So it would have made sense to also scout that, because we knew that they had gold and stone, but only one, like the main gold and main stone in their base. So lesson learned. See where the vital resources are and try to prevent our opponent from getting their hands to it or to them. But there were good calls as well. Not necessarily good reactions to them, but we were expecting some aggressive castles. Not, we didn't like prepare for them, but we weren't the slightest surprised when the castle appeared. And now it's at this level, I feel mostly about trying to improve our decision making and also this pattern matching, so that we could make the right calls and also act on them. But it might take some time, and perhaps that's true to you as well, Brido. Although, yeah, it sucks is also true. But in any case, nice game. And Brido, next game will be better, I think. Don't often see just the raw castle drop. Yeah. And perhaps this is I may be reading too much to the mind games, but I think that the fact that we stayed feudal for that much longer might have given them the idea that perhaps we aren't, I don't know if they read the score or made decisions based on that, but they could have also thought that since we weren't showing too much army that we didn't have, then just dropping the castle would be a way to end the game, hold our eco, and that's why they did it in such a raw way, instead of building any army support that they would have actually needed if we had the cavalry archers in play. But alright, let's see, is there something of interest in the statistics? That's have even been through the... Okay, well, that's a proper proper producer that you have right there, like fighting with the scenes. But thanks for your patience, everyone. But I felt that we were like a bit behind on all fronts for quite some time, and it's not too, well, like, we had our chances, but we should have played it better from the feudal age forward. Could have played better earlier too, but especially from the feudal age. And they were also quite fast, at least when times that required. Alright. So, where we... I'm thinking about trying to play a game or perhaps two before it's time to hit the bed around here. And do we have everything in place? I've been a bit caught by flu, which might be audible over the lines too. But that doesn't affect the quality of games to the slightest. If anything, it makes it more authentic and daring. But as has been the case in the past, when I've played a bit tired perhaps, the difference in the energy levels really feels good. It might not show during the games, but it's just really nice to have the feeling that you are in control and things are happening as you will them to. Whereas now I'm stumbling with the scene changes, and that can't be the ordinary me always. At least in the future it wasn't. Perhaps in the future, in the past it wasn't, in the future it might very well be. But let's hope that's not the case. And then again, now we have the great magic trick to get a chance to come back, even if the speed slowly decelerates, because we can always utilize VPN or a few of them, and a bit shady network equipment, and therefore give us the benefit of lagginess and slowness that will then surprise our opponent when we are able to keep up with them. Now, Arena, the one map I've never managed to win so far, and oh, there we go. But luckily we also get Ethiopians, which is a really nice seat. For example, because of the reason that good luck, have fun, that we get to try the really clever U2, says Selig Bey. So we get to utilize the really nice archer push. Now if only I remembered how Sura once told me how to do it, like omitting some upgrades and... Okay, let's focus on beers instead. And investing our hard-earned resources to get siege tower and all that neat stuff against humans. So will they be what's the meta for humans on arena? 2000 is probably yes, but what else?
Forget your name. Art Dane.
No, we don't need a house. Right. Oh, well, close call, but we only lost one villager, some idle time, and we don't need houses. Brido, humans get rams in feudal age. That's correct. But would they be, daring enough to try to do something on feudal age? I don't think I've seen anyone playing arena like that. But like half a year ago when I last played the game, and a few days ago was the next time after that, or the latest time after that, the meta that I witnessed, the way most people played, felt like fast Imperial Age, and then castles and trebuchets and cannons and no chance for me to fight that back. Alright, houses, yes. So we don't usually do loom, but sometimes it's very important to try to be a bit more optimal, but that's how things are at the moment. And Brido, probably not when it comes to feudal age rams, but it would be nice. And they could also build the town center. Oops, like why wouldn't they? They could build it right next to the walls and try to break in with the town center, and all sorts of nice things could happen. No, oh no no no. Right, okay, so no worries, we will have another source of meat. If someone even eats meat these days. So that's what happened the last time. And Brido, Ethiopians have awesome siege. Indeed, we only have to get there to utilize it for reals. And it's very unlikely, not because of the gameplay so far, but because we are trying to end this quick. And how do we do this now? So we have all the buildings we could ever ask for, and once that's done, you go there and you go there, and perhaps you could go there. But these are the sort of things, like if you have been watching really carefully, you might have noticed that there are some slips and misplays here and there. And that's, especially on map like Arena, I feel like it's really easily not perhaps game deciding, but game altering thing to lose bore to TC fire, for example, to have some idle TC time and all sorts of things such as that. Whereas on Arabia you can, well, we couldn't last time, but in theory you have more chances. Why wouldn't they risk their scout? Why? It's very odd. And it would make all the sense. We were quite lucky with the relics. Of course we can't see them. Ooh, something wrong with my very clever shortcuts or what have you. Now that's rushing, if you ever saw anyone rushing anyone. And then we could carry on with that, why not? Alright, they're running away because they are investing more to the early times, but now we should be able to kill their scouts then, if only we have enough time to catch them. Alright, some upgrades because we are playing this a bit differently than we thought just a while ago. And then we will take just one. Alright. And oops. Yeah, so this is how the game is played these days. Now you know. So we will go there and hope for the best. Here-ish. And what else? An additional house, yes. Scary wildlife. Not our problem anymore. But Dark Age, that takes ages. Well, I'm a bit surprised by that. More people on wood. Or here. Maybe it's just winging it at the moment. So this would be a nice angle to try to attack them from, because it's not too late now, but little it is. Let's try to change that since we still have time. And a few extra villagers, why not? But it could very well be that they are clicking up to Castle Age right away, if they know how to play the game, and why wouldn't they? Who would play ladder without having the basic knowledge about the game at their disposal? That would be a very brave person indeed. We also didn't care about any wildlife. That's the spirit. Alright, and there we go. catch anything. So a few extra villagers. Farm, why not? And no. Spion's not bad. Ooh, so they're playing this like people sometimes do. It's very good. So what do we do now is that we will try to rush. Oh. To the next age and hope for the best. It's a bit risky. Of course it is. Spion army right next to us, and then we could do some upgrades and we could start producing, and we will do our best not to compete with the relics. Instead, because we are just winging it to a certain point, or to a certain degree. And now we would be interested in getting a siege tower as soon as possible. We still have houses, we should have plenty of them. And then would like to get some upgrades too. Well, we're going to have to wait then. So that's nice. And could we have a university? Why not? Some additional upgrades would be nice too. Ballistics, very important for killing anything. That's one part learned in the past. A few extra farms. And ooh, so they have a siege tower plan. And what else? So we could want to have extra units for ourselves to defend against the ambush. But do we care too much about that? We don't. Should we? Perhaps we should. Oh, let's just destroy that. That's alright. So they are trying to do more damage to us than we are doing to them. And now the question is, who will manage better? Oh, no, no, no, no, no. So here they are. And would they be daring enough to do just the ordinary push? Let's see. So we should have a few crossbowmen of our own. They have town centers, but are we able to idle their equal to a point where they can't produce too much? Not certain about that. Shoulder warriors. We could use you. They are really slowly. Getting to a point. Well, I have a good feeling about this. I don't know if I should, but so far things are looking quite up. Oh hey, I was supposed to destroy these, but for some reason we quite couldn't. Pikemen and rams, that's a weird combination. I allow that to happen, but since we have the... Okay, so here we go. Since we happen to have the ballistics and Bodkin arrow 2 already, it feels just a bit underwhelming perhaps. No. There. Could we try to add? Where was that? Engineer is fine. Oh, and the horses are dead. Right, perhaps this works better than expected then. And GG is called. GG, well played. Not sure if we should say that or would that worry them. Well, but all right. Brido, nice. Now this is once a rematch. Yes. Now this is the first time I remember winning on arena for reals, so that's a cause for a huge celebration. And it works. Rematches are unranked, and that's alright. But yeah, it looks like that. And they probably have a trick they wanna try out. I've played a rematch or two perhaps in the past, and it's usually because the opponent got a bit salty perhaps, but since we got capital G's, I dare to think that this time Sealing Bay was one of the good guys who thought that that was extraordinarily fun game, and they want more of that. And because there are millions of players, the chances of meeting each other again on the ladder are close to nil, so something had to give. Celts against Romans. I don't think I have any clever strategies for Celts, but then again, clever strategies are usually like Spanish archers, so this might play to our advantage. Oops. But despite what I said the previous game, or in the beginning of the previous game, where I stated that the level of arena players is surprisingly good, this time I felt that our opponent is not necessarily lost, but at least struggling every now and then, more than I'm accustomed to. So perhaps there are plus sides for reaching the ELO 900 and so that we deserve. For now, we get to play against players who don't necessarily follow Hera's Fast Castle or Fast Imperial Age arena meta playstyle, and then just beat us with their swiftness. Don't know. Could have also been that they tried something new that should have worked, but that was a massacre when it comes to sheep labor. Okay. Well, there's time and place for everything, and in the past, when I played this game as a kid or more kid than I currently am, I took my time to learn some. Okay, let's focus. This is very important. Yes. Well, better. That's not what we wanted, but you go there. And it made all the difference. Oh, poor houses. It made all the difference when playing against friends when they had not necessarily. Oh, this lumber camp is. We can afford to redo that. Because we are great like that. Yes! Perfection is achieved. So, whereas I was following the HOE heavens, or later on HOE mythology heavens build guides for various. Oh, well, good enough. For various things, I had immense benefit against them that allowed me to fool around a bit more. That would have otherwise been the case, probably. So we need more wood. Well, and we need houses soon too. And we need more people doing all sorts of stuff. So perhaps one of these days I'm going to have to get back to this. Oh no. No, no, no, no, no. Oh, nice block there.
Oh, Selgere.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh. This is just when I thought I was
Kia.
doing fine, things were about to
Rabuja. Rabuja.
get really nasty indeed. Ah, alright, so as I was saying, there might come a time when it would make sense to try to really secure and deep learn a build order, because now we are just doing things as they seem nice to do, while having some ideas, but not forcing the issue too much. But the level of game might be such that
Kid.
we are not. Hold on now, there's still food for all of us to enjoy. So perhaps we should prioritize that. Yes, and then small tidbits here and there would also make sense. Oh no. Well, mistakes were made, but well, luckily the 1000 was empty-ish. No. So what do they have this time? Are we still getting there? Alright. So a barracks, alright. Denied. Needing a boar, yes. Alright. Well, oh no. So some idle time, but nothing too major, no, nothing to worry about. No, everything's going, except for the farm placement. Everything is going just fine. It's the other people who have problem with their macro play. Well, since this is an unranked rematch, we shouldn't stress things too much. We shouldn't stress about things too much. Let's see if we are able to get there. Because we would like to have some early aggression. Tables are really open. Huge amount of people gathering berries. Which is usually not something that you necessarily want, but then again, that's exactly what we are doing here as well. Double with axe would be good to have at some point. Okay, well, this time we are trying to be more clever than we were the last. So, market just in case. And after this, all of you will go there. You shall soon build us a house. So, Spearman, as per usual, double stable. Alright. Perhaps we can't play with the archers this time. At least not too much. Fast forward ourselves, blacksmith, and then up we go. Well, that was the end of him, but not the end of the story. In general. So we are Celts, so we could try to focus on getting some. Nope. Some stone.
Пробуйте.
And then infantry units would be nice. Perhaps even blue graders. Right, we were supposed to click up. So these are the small things that may add up as time passes. So infantry upgrades. We also have nice siege again, like we did with Ethiopians. So we can try to utilize that. Okay, so this time it's double barracks and yes. And then we will try to drop a castle again. 29. Well, it seems that the that Selig Bay is very close to us. So faster siege workshops. Well, that could come in handy. We shouldn't need archers necessarily. Never hurts. Few extra spearmen. Is there a push anywhere? No.
Kia.
Nowhere to be seen at least. And then there it is.
Пробуйте. Tunit.
And then we would want to get more people.
Пробуйте. Пробуйте.
Farms.
Пробуйте. Пробуйте.
And we also wanted to get. Are we trapped? No. Oof. Well, that was close. So extra pierce armor would be nice. Perhaps he's still invisible to them. Let's see if that's the case. One extra villagers. Well, this is a more ordinary game
Пробуйте. Пробуйте.
when comparing to the last of the previous one. But based on the speed things are happening currently, I have a feeling that our opponent isn't the fastest player. So we have pikemen and what else? That's what they did. They did the last time. So 30,000 would be nice, but do we really need it or want it? We would really like to have some militia to support our units, but we are lacking the farms required for that.
Пробуйте. Пробуйте. Пробуйте. Пробуйте. Пробуйте.
There you go. We also need
Менеге. Пробуйте. Пробуйте. Пробуйте.
other things soon. Few extra units, nice. And just a couple of archers to top it up. So for some reason it seems that Selig Bay's Castle Age timing is a bit... Oh no. Oh no no no no no no no no no. How could they? Just when I thought everything was fine. No no no, run. Oh no, a disaster. If I ever saw one. Well, so there's still some power left. In the castle. Yes. Still? Yes. Alright. So it's the time of our lives. Go. Well, this is messy, but in a very good way, of course. The castle is still intact. Very good. So you come here, unless we have already lost that. And then few extra units. Why not? No, no, no. Don't you dare destroy it. Yes. Okay. So now this should be ours to win. But of course we have had GG. GG. We have had a similar well, fortune teller ideas before. Defensive tower. So my take here is that Selig Bey hasn't played too much arena in the past and perhaps likes the idea of having these walls to get some safety. It's really unfortunate wood line here. Open on 3 fronts, whereas we are only open on 2. So perhaps they wanted to not know. I'm not knowing, so would require some read-through about their capabilities, but or their play history. But I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to play arena because they get this early game to do whatever they will without being burdened by too much. Like any aggression shouldn't touch them, and then it falls flat from there. But this is probably how people usually feel when playing arena against me. That clearly they had a plan, but for some reason it didn't connect, and then it seems like you're just walking in with your army and wondering that, now what was it? What was it? Well, it was a nice experience in any case. And I think I'll still try to play an additional one. But this is also the reason why I'm not rewatching the ranked game that took place before the rematch, because I think that we have very easy ways of improving our play. That would be not losing boars to Townsend the Fire. That would be nice, and also keeping an eye out on the eco balance and trying to keep the Townsend producing. Very, very complex stuff, but also doable, because there are thousands of players that manage to do just that. And our opponent necessarily didn't have too clever of a plan, so trying to understand what they were aiming to do when they were having hard time fighting against the map itself is not very valuable time spent. Now we are Tatars against Portuguese, closely contracting. Hello? Yes, that's how houses are built. We're a bit late to that, but no. But in the past, when we only had a few games under our belt, it made more sense to watch through every single one of them, and I still do try to do that, because I think we can learn faster by doing that. Something wrong with our superior keyboard shortcuts, but alright, let's fix that later on.
Yes.
Have fun.
Selam.
Afraid of what they might have. Ah, people. People and the biggies. So Portuguese, they still have the Orient guns. They might be aiming to play late game, but on Arabia I don't think that's necessarily something that they aim to do. Alright, run! Let's have a look. Okay, so the things we are trying to improve with is the TC lure. We have been quite good on that. Like most of the lures will go just fine, and only like half of them end up in various kinds of disasters. You're also going to be housed very soon. And some idle TC time that we were really scared about, but that didn't happen because we had no villagers in the queue. Perhaps this will be the last game of the day, just so that we can have a very positive view of our capabilities. Now that our win-loss record is more or less even against boars. Okay.
Aldık.
No, no, no, no, no, no.
Aldık.
Okay, so losing one villager, losing. Can you shoot this? Well, that was a nice panic action right there, but as you could tell, we lost very little. But I have a feeling that when we played the game the last time, like this spring, the things looked quite different. Now they are recording, so there's a chance for me to verify that, but we are not going to do that, at least not on stream. That would be a mistake. So instead we are just going to rely on our memories about the fact that yes, probably things were quite different back then, and also that we are able to improve as time passes on. We just have to believe. And instead of pushing all the deer, we are only going to push this one. Probably not. Let's see. Oh no, we are not going to push even one of the deers because everything's too complicated. Our setup with the houses and everything too complicated. But would we have enough food to go up now? Okay, one more villager and then we go. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Oh, perhaps you could. Well, let's do the loom then, even though my idea was to skip that, but well, since everything's been so dangerous and we have already lost a villager, perhaps it makes no sense to try to skip the loom. How many people we would still have alive if only we made the loom the first moment when we had a chance. And one deer is all we ask for. Something gathered faster from herdables. That makes sense. Perhaps it even felt like we did. Okay, so one deer. That's a plenty. And now we are trying to find out what our opponent might be up to. But alright, let's not forget to enjoy the fact that we were able to win on Arena, despite the fact that our opponent probably made a few misplays themselves, as did we. And perhaps they are doing some misplays right now, or how else would it be this late that they are advancing. So we have the hill bonus, yes. Thumb ring for free. Run! Run-ish. Nice try. Okay, so archers play these. The one and only. The farms, yes. They are probably still pushing the BS then. Because they hadn't scouted us. I don't know, let's see. We saw no valuable information. Alright. So we will create a spearman and we will show that. If that sounds like a good idea, then it is because it is.
Sen Kolgaymen.
We saw no walls either, at least not at that hour. Things might have changed since then. Ha! And we almost got them.
Kolgaymen. Han Kolgaymen. Kolgaymen. Selam. Kolgaymen.
So where is it? The scout of theirs. I also forgot to check the upgrades, but
Emriniz.
well, now we are trying to play this. Oh, here, please. You know more. That's where the skull is. Destroying farms? How dare them? It's a very, very lame thing to do, but since they know how to do it. Ah, alright. So what have we here? So fast casual. It looks like they got quite much value for the scout, as you may have noticed. Destroying two odd farms and power. Right. Nice target fire there. And they were open all this time. Hello? Castle Age already? That's hardly how you're supposed to play the game, but alright. So what do we do on times like this? We have multiple people trying to produce. Should also investigate that. Alright. A few extra farms, good idea. It's a bit we're a bit stuck here perhaps. So let's see what they might be doing now. We need more food, but it's coming up next. Hello? There we go. Now if we prevent them from taking the stone, then that's very good. And what else do they have? Well, we are a bit late to click up, but we've been there before, so no worries. Few extra archers, just for the sake of it. So they have some horses. A knight has been seen around. And then we could probably try to switch to Different sorts of a chariot, yes.
Selam.
Hazır.
So 3 knights and probably counting, so let's create a fusion. And then bloodlines, yes. It will take them a while to reach us, but not necessarily all too long. So where is it? Here.
Emriniz.
Like this. And pikeman, and as soon as we have that, we are good to go.
Selam. Derhal.
Name knights, but we don't care about these.
Emriniz.
They have some upgrades we'd like to focus on. Alright, so a few extra pikemen. And then in we go. If we can. Goodbye, horsey.
Selam.
Alright, so a saw would be nice. Hello? Few towns and there's more coming. Presumably. And then,
Teyyar mı?
what's next? Let's think about this after a while. Oh, the houses, yes.
Turgaymen. Turgaymen. Turgaymen. Kaan Açıkaymen.
Da, da, da, da, da, da, da. So they're probably stone mining here. No, they're not. Hello, hello. Okay, so let's just carry on with this
Emriniz.
while securing us a second gold here,
Turgaymen. Kaan
just
Açıkaymen.
in case. Here we go. Alright, well this is a bit surprisingly even match at this stage. I'm not sure what they are trying to do. But they are in a bit of a tricky position. upgrading the range. Okay. Few extra horses. And where did they go? There, alright. Not having all the upgrades. At the moment at least. So that gives us a slight edge in the front. More houses are needed. And do we have anything happening at home that we wouldn't want to? No, not necessarily, no. And then we could probably try to switch to step lancers. Why not? And few farms. Okay, but this is nice because usually. Oh, there's a knight. Okay, run away. Fellow citizens a bit. And then we could try to have diversity. And the step lancers are coming up. When? Run! We still have a few units here.
Selam. Kaan aç kaymen. Kaan aç kaymen. Buradaymen.
Okay, so run away. No. We don't want you here. You guys there. Your mission is to kill those. Very good. Let's
Hey.
add to
Buradaymen.
that while we are at it. Extra armor for the horses. And away we go. And where are the villagers? But so for some reason I feel like we're in a very commanding position, but could be just the score lying. We have quite a few towns on those already. No, we don't need to engage those. So let's just go away. And try to produce extra units if possible.
Buradaymen. Buradaymen.
No.
Buradaymen. Hey. Şimdi. Hey. Buradaymen. Hey.
Dun. So GG was called. Thank you, Grizzly Contracting, for that. Asking for a rematch. Well, we learned our lesson last time. Perhaps yes, no, but why not? But I got the feeling that they are... Yes? They are not the most capable player there is. But having a stress-free rematch is of course something we are ready to do. And even randomly playing.
Eus. Frontus. Edifico.
So that's cool. Na na na na na. Well, I do like the fact that there's a feature in the game these days that you can rematch or ask for a rematch, even if it's you too. Even if it's unranked, which makes sense because otherwise people would just play these rematches with their favorite opponents. You know, would ever be able to challenge them on the ladder after that. They have ELO of 1,500,000 or something. So it makes sense. But there's this so we are Romans and we are facing archers,
Salve. Pronto.
presumably.
Eus.
If our opponent knows how to play Ethiopians, which I'm not sure. Because I'm not sure if they played the... What was it now? Previous civilization they played with.
Salve.
We are a bit wasteful here. Alright.
Pronto. Salve.
Confestin
facem.
Well,
Right,
what
alright.
might have it
Colligo.
been? Well,
Impera.
it'll hit me.
Salve.
Impera.
Mm-hmm.
Edifico. Signor.
Eventually.
Eus. Impera.
But so I felt that we had a bit messy beginning or early game, and it felt like they might have had a very similar problem. So where do we have the deers? We have all the sheep more or less, so that's good. But there's more to the game than
Impera.
Oh,
Edifico.
no.
Eo. Lignor.
houses.
Pronto.
Colligo.
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. So is there something nice we could try to do with Romans? So food soldiers, of course.
Colligo.
Yeah. Scorpions with ballistics. Minimum range reduced. So perhaps they might just work. Perhaps.
Pronto. Bene. Impera.
Run.
Colligo. Salve. Recte. Confestin facem.
Okay, well that boar was not necessary. So
Impera.
we are still facing the very similar problems that we had earlier, that every other boar gets killed by the town center, and that reminds me of the nice words of perhaps the Viper, who said that it would be nice if the let's give farms just to get this food thing happening. So it would be nice that the town center fire could also leave the meat eatable or edible for its. We have enough to go up. No. But we also lack enough. Okay. So then we will be going up. For its tricky mechanism to execute perfectly, and it makes still very like gameplay wise it makes very little sense. Some might argue that arrows are different from another arrow. Why would that have to be the case? So perhaps once we manage to execute this to a perfection, the next batch gives us a chance to just shoot at will without worrying too much about them. The risk of losing all the food that we so dearly sought for. No.
Salve, Venom, Podio,
Oh, yes.
Eus,
Venor. Colligo.
A deer. And then a few extra upgrades. Just for the sake of it. Now we would like to get a fast casual sort of thing going on for us, but can we really afford that? So based on the fact that our opponent is still on feudal, on Dark Age, we might just have
Impera. Lignor. Venor. Confestim faciam.
what it takes, but
Prontus. Eo. Venor.
Prontus,
so that's how it's done.
Eus, Edifico, Edifico, Confestim faciam,
And, okay,
Impera.
eat
Venor.
that, and then
Edifico.
you eat the farms. Okay, and now let's see what they are up to. Few extra villagers and we don't have to be fast so long we get to the next age. Right, so the houses.
Prontus.
Edifico, Lignor,
Salve.
Yeah, we're not in that much of a hurry, but
Salve, Lignor, Prontus,
Eus.
oh well. So there's a barracks, market, 15 trillion people, berries, and what else? Okay, so the idea is to
Impera,
get just enough
Podio,
to pull that off.
Salve,
Build
Edifico,
a model of our own, just in case. Because it might very well
Eus,
be the case that we will want to.
Salve, Recte, Salve,
Recte.
Pronto, Recte, Eus,
Confestim
In
faciam.
salve. Salve. Lignor. Prontus. Colligo. Eus. Edifico.
Impera. Eo.
There you go. Do we have farmers?
Salve.
No,
Colligo.
we don't. Oh no.
Impereo. Pronto.
Just like that we
Eus.
lost
Salve. Podio.
a villager.
Eus.
Well played
Salve.
by our valiant opponent.
Edifico.
Impera.
Okay,
Eus. Impera. Prontus.
so they are doing things exactly as
Salve.
they
salve.
should. So
Edifico.
house there, which is to
Eus.
Colligo.
oh, but we are missing the second building. So
Edifico.
there you go.
Podio. Eus.
Oopsie. All right.
Impera.
Well, luckily we are playing this at the level where we can afford to make some mistakes here and there. So now, up we go. Do we have any other sign of any other building besides the barracks that we saw earlier?
Salve. Edifico.
Let's see.
Eus.
Confestim faciam. Salve.
Salve.
There we go.
Eus. Salve. Eus. Salve. Podio.
Impera.
Pronto.
Recte.
Salve. Eus. Pronto. Confestim faciam. Eus. Salve. Impera. Confestim faciam.
Salve.
Podio. Eus. Eus.
Fodio.
Impera. Podio.
All right.
Edifico.
Ooh.
Eus. Recte. Eus. Salve. Podio. Prontus. Confestim faciam. Podio.
Boom.
Edifico. Salve. In salve. Confestim faciam. Podio. Confestim faciam.
And there you go. And few extra units here and there. And then we would like to get huge amount of ballistas, but we are lacking the means to actually do that.
Prontus. Salve.
So
Edifico.
right
Lignor.
here,
Prontus.
and then knights.
Confestim faciam.
Okay.
Prontus.
Edifico. Pronto. Salve. Edifico.
Are we late? What if we are late to that? We might not just. We might just not be. Excuse me.
Impera. Pronto.
Salve.
Eus. Salve. Pronto. Eus. Impera. Confestim faciam.
Eus. Edifico.
Eus. Lignor.
Right?
Salve.
And then we would want to get additional people
Prontus.
on additional resources. But we don't need any gold for a while. But soon we are going to need some.
Impera. Salve.
Confestim faciam. Impera.
So can we defend with just this?
Eus.
Salve.
Perhaps.
Salve. Confestim faciam.
Salve. Recte.
Right.
Impera.
Eo.
Eus.
Confestim faciam.
Oh no. Alright. Just lag. Alright. I will leave it that.
Impera. Edifico. Edifico. Eus.
Eo.
Salve. Confestim faciam. Eus.
Pronto. Confestim faciam.
There we go.
Eo. Salve.
And then we are losing
Recte.
few
Edifico.
resources here and there, but
Edifico.
does it
Edifico.
bother us?
Edifico.
It shouldn't.
Edifico.
Ligno. Salve.
And then we will need
Edifico.
monk.
Edifico. Pronto. Impera.
Salve.
Salve. Salve.
Might just be that we are losing
Impera.
too much here, but
Recte. Ligno.
they can't be doing too well either.
Impera. Edifico.
So soon we will have the ballistas
Pronto.
that were asked for.
Edifico. Salve. Eos. Impera.
Impera. Confestim faciam.
Pronto.
Eus. Impera.
Confestim faciam. Ligno. Ligno. Salve. Edifico. Edifico. Eus. Ligno. Salve.
They're just there.
Eus.
Eo.
Impera.
Not very nice.
Edifico.
Eus.
Recte. Pronto. Eus. Eus. Impera. Recte. Salve.
Prontus.
Eus. Pronto. Ligno.
Eus.
Alright,
Impera.
so we should have the farms at our
Edifico. Eus.
disposal again.
Salve. Salve. Ligno. Pronto. Ligno. Salve.
And soon we will have
Impera.
few
Eus.
pikemen to we have enough time to research that perhaps.
Salve. Salve.
Almost.
Impera. Eus. Collido.
Almost we got it. But not quite. So where can we get more
Confestim faciam. Recte.
gold if needed? If needed.
Confestim faciam. Salve. Prontus. Edifico.
Salve. Impera.
So they have knights and everything.
Impera.
Confestim faciam. Recte.
And we are still lacking the,
Impera. Recte.
some of the resources a
Confestim
bit.
faciam.
Salve.
Oh,
Impera.
Salve.
Prontus.
goodbye.
Pronto.
Eo.
Simultaneously attacking on two fronts. They know how to play the game.
Edifico. Edifico. Edifico. Eus. Confestim faciam. Impera. Recte. Salve.
Prontus.
Confestim faciam. Eus. Prontus.
Impera.
Confestim faciam. Impera.
Eo. Ligno.
And back to work.
Eus. Impera. Salve. Eus.
We should have killed that too.
Impera.
Alright. And then we go.
Salve. Tibisario.
We're still lacking the ballistics,
Eus.
but
Recte.
that
Salve.
shouldn't be a biggie.
Eus.
Eus. Eus. Confestim faciam. Salve. Eus. Confestim faciam. Colligo. Eus.
Salve. Recte.
Impera.
Salve. Salve. Impera. Confestim faciam. Ligno. Colligo.
Okay, and back to work, back to work. And in wards we go. Ah. Perfection is achieved.
Edificio.
Eus. Salve. Recte. Prontus. Salve. Eus.
Salve. Eus.
Recte.
Salve.
Confestim faciam. Prontus. Impera. Salve.
Impeo.
Eus. Eo.
Eus.
Forward castle.
Faciam. Salve.
Impera.
Eo. Salve. Confestim faciam. Confestim
Eus.
faciam.
Salve. Confestim
Impera.
facem. Pronto.
Salve.
Salve.
Recte. Salve. Confestim faciam. Eo. Salve. Recte.
Pronto. Salve. Salve. Confestim eo. Impera. Confestim facem. Salve. Confestim facem. Eus. Eus. Confestim facem.
Is this up already? Not quite.
Eus. Edifico. Confestim faciam.
Let's cancel that.
Impera.
Prontus.
And you come down here and help with this. And then
Prontus.
don't care about that necessarily.
Eus. Recte. Eo. Colligo.
You go there.
Eo.
Let's move a bit further.
Impera.
So how do we get rid of their
Edifico.
citizens
Edifico. Colligo.
with the stable? Because clearly we can't carry on. So we just ooh, what's this now? We might lose a few units in the process, but can we get there?
Salve. Eo.
Shoulder warriors. Alright. Alright, things are looking quite dire
Edifico.
Impera. Edifico.
right now, but it might just mean that we
Pronto. Salve.
not risk that.
Eus.
We might have pushed our fortunes a
Pronto.
bit too
Eus. Salve. Lignor.
far. So they have few castles already. We don't have much going on for us. So how do we come back from here? 16 villagers. No one is collecting any stone.
Eus.
We lost the woodcutters that we had.
Eus.
Recte.
Well, perhaps they weren't as clueless a player as I thought earlier. So that's very good.
Salve.
And do we have the market still? We do. So we could try to buy
Confestim
ourselves
faciam.
Pronto.
a second third townsender.
Impera. Eus. Lignor.
And then
Salve.
oh, but we need stone.
Impera. Edifico.
There.
Edifico. Fodio. Prontus.
So how do we come back from this? They have a huge amount of resources.
Eo.
we have more or less granted to them,
Confestim facem.
and
Eus.
Confestim facem.
there. And we have very little going for us. They are still producing units, whereas we are not doing too much of that. Even the Romans, Scorpions may not be enough. Although they would be the perfect play against those melee units, so
Eus. Recte.
let's see if we can try to collect those relics still.
Impera.
So
Edifico.
extra farms.
Eus.
Eo. Ligno.
Prontus. Edifico.
And
Salve. Edifico.
Romans, Scorpions,
Salve. Impera.
so the score lead looks a bit unsettling.
Edifico.
Perhaps what we need is more than just few units.
Salve. Edifico. Edifico.
And they're destroying our houses too. Like they are nobody's business. What this table was. Mistake. There you go, and once you've got that, you can get this. And then there's also tap, but it's very unlikely that we will stay alive for long enough for this to matter. So,
Impera.
the last age. Can we rush ourselves there?
Prontus.
Edifico. Edifico. Edifico. Salve. Ligno.
We are probably lacking the buildings. So we have siege workshop and we have what? No.
Salvette. Eus.
All our great upgrades aren't enough.
Salve. Retizio. Salve. Prontus. Retizio. Eo. Impera. Salve.
Oh no.
Salve. Edifico.
Prontus. Edifico. Edifico. Eus. Impera. Confestim facem. Edifico. Edifico.
Few extra houses. No. The score difference is looking too great. There may not be a comeback mechanism for us to utilize.
Edifico.
Since they found the monastery too. Oh no. Well. GG, well played. We did everything we could, it wasn't enough. So let this be a lesson, not to underestimate our opponent. It was a weird game, but perhaps our choice of trying to postpone the military, trying not to add military, but just surprise them with scorpions was a bit too ambitious, especially since we were losing villagers left and right to their raids, as is visible somewhere around here-ish, perhaps. But they had better Crow to begin with. It seems that I was doubting the slow feudal age, but that was actually a fast castle play. And then, due to the fact that our priorities remained or lied elsewhere, they had a nifty way of booming to the victory. So this was a really nice rematch. That's why we have this open rating here, since we happened to win the ranked one and then tried something totally different. But kudos to our opponent, Grizzly, contracting for asking for the rematch to begin with, and also playing it bravely in random, which is not something that everyone does. That was a neat thing, in my opinion. 500 games under their belt also, whereas we already have 100 and so. Getting there. And now I'll take a 5-minute break and still see if there's chance to win a ranked game again. Burb in 5 minutes. Short break. Stay tuned or enjoy your days. Otherwise, in an otherwise great fashion. Be right in a sec. Thanks for tuning in. And bye bye if you must leave. And just like that, we are back. So, the way to end the night for me would be to fight an hour or two on arena and then lose it. But let's see what fate has to offer for us. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. If indeed there is anything available. Well, this is the most curious thing, that years and years old game that of course has got a new content, and the latest one is about to be released this week. Am I right? Or is it just a pre-order that's ending for the Greek campaign? Ancient Time DLC. But even at this hour, looking from European perspective, this is curious, but of course there are people living on other ends of the planet as well. But we have streamers, like 20 or so streamers, not just players but also streamers. This is really nice, because I think that everyone would benefit from streaming their lives and whereabouts in general. So I'm glad to witness that. But that's actually what people are doing. You go there, you go there, you go there, and 30 seconds later. So we get to play Japanese, and we have students against us. But would they be willing to do some sort of clever tower plays? Hopefully not. Then again, it's been a while since I've been tower rushed the last time. So perhaps it wouldn't be too bad. Usually, as I've learned from Game Legion's Doubt or League of his, it was probably Doubt. You shouldn't lose to tower rushes like ever, but of course there are exceptions, so there's no helping. There we go. A few extra ones if possible. Okay. Not the greatest, but well, almost the worst, but not the worst. I think the next one might build a house, and then we're looking for deers. All the deers are over there. Okay. So let's switch back there. Let's see if we can make this work. And then run. Well, not great, not the worst. Crowded mill, not the greatest, not the worst. Few extra villagers and then we could think about getting to the next age. Oh no, there. Actually, so one more, and then hope for the best. And then this one is for you. And then we will be heading to the next age. Are we? Please, almost. Please. There we go. Not the greatest, but not the worst either. And after that, usually this. Yes. Now what do we do? Teutons, archers, as we are fond of doing, perhaps. Could be nice. So it may not be one of the strengths as Japanese, or perhaps I just don't know. We will leave one deer alive and then one villager, then loom. Yes, that's as greedy as we dare. And then you pork and then move from there. Let's see how this works. Great timing. Back gold could be secured if we walled, but we are not going to do that, so instead 6 on berries. If only we had the buildings. So let's try this. One more villager and then we go up if we can. But can we? Well, just don't have to. Buy some. Well, that was the idea, but of course we don't have that sort of resources. It's enough. Please try to be faster. The idle TC is killing us. But we are also lacking the. Oh no. There no trade card, no. Sell. And up we go. Okay. Sadly as we wanted. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Then few farmers. Hold on, there. There. Now they should be expecting archers now, but because they have seen that we have gold miners. Do you remember the scout for a while now? Well, it's a question of time. Okay, so that's a very important upgrade. That might also be, but time and place for everything. Few extra gold mines. Ooh, so what is this fast castle thing now, huh? Anyone on stone? Why would they might wall that? For your reason, but just to know. Okay, and to the rescue. We almost got that. So let's run. Up. No, no, no, no. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay, we can't. And we are only now adding to the barracks. So that's a bit late timing, perhaps. Is there any other resource out there that we can try to use? Stone there. It's alright. Flexing would be nice. Can I come here? No? Oh. I may have misplayed our hand a bit because... There you go. Now we are giving them a quite good chance at everything. So there's the second wave of archers. Here, please. Dun, dun, dun, dun. No, no, no, no, no. Welcome. That wasn't enough. So, extra range is what we need. And it's going to take an eternity to get to the castle, and it shouldn't take too long for them to reach the next age, even though they have spent some resources on getting there. Let's see, do they have more troops here, or are they moving back? Seems that they might just be about to. They don't have any upgrades, so they're not too scary as themselves. Like they are turn, but
なんだはいはいわかりました行きますはい
いいよ
はいはいはい立てます
私
行きますいいよはい行きます立てます
no, no, no, no, no, no.
木を切ります
いいよ
木を切ります
There you go.
木を切りますこれはいはいわかりました
Now the archers are coming here.
私
Okay, so abandon that plan
行きます
and instead go to here.
いいよ耕し
This is the greatest play there's been in a while. Alright. So now we are just trying to stay alive for a while. And then can we make this happen in time? Yes. Okay. And then we should have all the resources in the world at our disposal. Goodbye, archers.
これなんだ何
And the push is dead.
これ
はい私
取りますわかりました
Oh no.
立てますいいよ
You
Dun-dun-dun.
You
But not for long. So what do we do as Japanese? Cavalry archers have extra attack against foot archers. Oh, that's a very tempting thing. Rotating with the troops.
私
Wow. Now I've seen it all. No ballistics as of yet, but it's probably just a matter of time.
いいよ
And there's a Townsender, so they are planning on having some stone.
はい
No, not
いい
stone.
よ
We just
立てます
sent
立てます
few
います
scouts to their base. Just to raid them a bit. Wouldn't that be nice?
行きます You
Then these farms we could probably try to ignore. And it would still take us a long time to get to a point where we could add some.
You You You
これ
Yeah. Well, we are still alive. So they were quite fast. Adding the
私立てます
oh no
いいよ
knights, a horde of knights coming our way. That's the worst. Then
取りますはいはい
we could try
行きます立てます
to build a castle there. Let's see how it goes. Add a few knights of our own. Alright. That's alright. And then what?
私
これ
Dum dum dum dum.
何
いいよわかりました
And have enough resources for that. We might just have. So we are seriously falling behind on multiple fronts. But we have quite much. Do we still have a market? We do. So perhaps we could try to add a few extra knights. And then do we still have what it takes? We have some time left, alright? And they wall in. Well, must be very bit lucky then to get here without losing everything. Right. So is there a chance for us to okay, so there is no way to get in. So they correctly deduced that the way for us to get into the game is by sheer force. And are they attacking here too? It looks a bit like that, yes. There you go, there you go. And all of a sudden, our chances of winning the game are starting to look a bit slimmerish. Nice army control there. Help there if you can. Try to help there if you could. And now they are pushing us left and right. Ooh, that's what we were lacking. Makes sense. Oh no no no no no no. We wouldn't want to be the guys, but you may just be forced to try to rescue. Oh no! Oh well, that was a really nice try, so we need more villagers. And more villagers is what we need. And there's a castle of their own. We need a new market. Get in. You can't, okay. A new market, please. And then this would be nice. Run! Dear friends, run! And then we will get rid of that. And now it's a booming game. If I ever saw one. No, you do that, then you carry on with that. Good. And there. Now it's just a matter of getting to the next age. Oh, what a nice marker. That's just doing everything right. Right. And how do we get to the next age is then the question. So we could try to upgrade some of the things we have been neglecting for a while now. That would probably be a good idea. But their next push is probably going to be ever more powerful. So we don't have a mill anymore. It's a very good place for that. And then we need more. People doing stuff. And will they be on the Imperial Age soon is the question. Because now, of course, now, of course, the problem is that we don't necessarily have too much time. They may have been. Oh no! Now it's looking really dicey. Because we lost the stone. Half stone there, of course. We have given up some initiative. Let's see if we can make this work or happen. And please run or rush or be fast, you monk. But luckily we forced a defensive castle, so that's working for our benefit. And we are 1500 score behind, so it might just be that they are surprising us or hitting us with a very strong force quite soon. But let's see. We still have a few units alive, so that's nice. Single scout to protect the relic, perhaps. Collier it is. Teuton's Paladin is something that I encounter very seldomly. So perhaps it's not going to happen today either. But we would really benefit from having a defensive castle when the time comes. Few monks, just in case. 2500 score difference. Oops. And poor the Arseers. And then where's the blacksmith? We don't have one. And then ballistics, of course. Extra HP against those nasty few houses. And then we might do well to have a quick scan for the whereabouts of the some extra armor. Not Paladin it is, and that's usually a very game-ish situation. And then we have dozens of paladins here again. So we have more or less lost the game. So they knew how to play it, which is good for them and good for them, good content-wise as well. So we started our little comeback a little late, one might say. Because they are probably sitting on quite a few castles, and that's not good for our purposes. Oh, where's the monk? Run! And here's the horde. Well, these are not the greatest units, of course, but they might just be GG, well played. A great push there was. So we never really got a very good drift of the game. I'm glad that we forced them to get stone walls and everything. So we were a bit late with our castle push attempt, and yet again the raid was too much, because we were to the castle age first. We should have just prioritized. Oh, so the chat remembers our last message. So we should have prioritized cleaning our own base instead of trying to fight back the aggression, or defending against the aggression. Oh, this was quite a clear game. Since Knight, there we go. Knight Romero knew how to play the macro game, so keep on adding villagers and all that. And if only we had, like, I misplayed the, not only the fast castle to begin with, but so just pushing the deer, everything's going to the perfection. 2 archer rangers scouting the premises. 2 on gold. Very good. And now we hit the castle age, and what do we do? I think that creating, because they didn't have upgrades, creating just a few knights would have been enough. So we could have built a defensive tower, but I'm not very huge fan of those, so that's the thing that plays a factor. But despite the fact that I felt that we managed under the pressure quite well, we still we will still lose quite a few villagers. And now if we didn't have 1600 farms, we could have easily added a second town center and a third one, and we could have tried to catch up with the villager numbers. But now this was basically lost game. They are fully walled, not that I noticed that, and we are 1000, so 20% or so behind in resources collected, and we are not offering any resistance to this aggression of theirs. So they were right to be wondering about our whereabouts because it seems that we are not doing too much. But we should have bought some wood and added a second townsender. At least that would have been a way, because they are only now clicking up, but they are 10 villages ahead already. Or just getting a stable and 2 knights would have been nice. You know, this was a really nice move. We tricked them to the fullest, still looking for us, despite the fact that Townsender is already there. But now, if this was otherwise even game, then adding the second Townsender right now would probably be quite alright, but since we have been under pressure for 5 minutes or so, and they are able to drop the Townsenders right away unopposed, this wasn't a really like the comeback possibilities weren't really there. Just curious. No upgrades for the archers, even still. So even just one knight would have probably been enough to get rid of those. So they discovered the stable. Here are the villagers trying to build a castle. So yeah, with the help of few units we could have made this work, and with the help of extra villagers. Perhaps. So they have doubled the eco at the moment. They've only killed 2 villagers, so I think this, like defensively, this has been a great success, because we lost more villagers here than we did over here, but of course we didn't build our base in an efficient enough manner. Like our passive defenses were good, but the active ones that could have here's the panic walls, even though they are not going to need that, and we have half the villagers. So this is the moment where we are trying to boom, and this is also the moment where they are booming, because we have offered no threat. Very clean looking base, like they knew what they were doing. But so we were lacking the villagers, our eco was off balanced. We would have needed a few extra Townsenders and very many more farmers, because they have double the amount that we have, and we are here trying to boom back to the game. So based on the score, like 1000, 2000, score difference is way too much to overcome, unless we are able to find a really solid something to make something happen. We never tell them not collecting relics for some reason. The students don't get monastery. Oh. And then there's this horde of paladins. And what a great game that was. So all in total we have 13, not even 3 monks. Yes, they could have killed us quite a bit earlier. But I think that the like the end game in a sense was better. Like the defenses were good, but we should have thought about getting rid of the pressure or applying pressure, counter pressure of our own as well. So that takes some practicing. But like it's not actually that we have like we were doing very good job doing a comeback here, but I'm glad that we stayed alive for so long. It's a very good thing. And now our peak is half, no, 2/3 of what it could be, even though this was a quite intense game, so that tells me that it's time to call it quits. So thank you all for witnessing the very competitive games that we had to offer at your way today. And yes, we were just lacking and we should have used the army when we had it instead of healing it. Good learning experience. But in any case, thanks for having me as your host for the day, and hope you will be having great games, whether you are playing them or witnessing them, or if there's a third option than that. Thank you all, and bye bye. Bye bye.